I'm Jim Green, Chief Scientist at NASA, and this is Gravity Assist. On this season of Gravity Assist, we're looking for life beyond Earth. I'm here with Dr. Lisa Pratt, and she's the NASA Planetary Protection Officer. Welcome, Lisa, to Gravity Assist.
Hey, thank you, Jim.
Well, you've had a distinguished career in biogeochemistry and astrobiology, and the Planetary Protection Officer name, that sounds really cool. In fact, I received letters from kids all over the world, and one of them called your position the Guardian of the Galaxy. So I can't help but think that every time I talk to you. But let's start with the basics. What is planetary protection?
Jim, I wish I could tell you that I was in fact the guardian of the galaxy, but the reality is a little more mundane. Planetary protection is focused on limiting biological contamination of other worlds with terrestrial organisms. That's organisms from Earth, and preventing the return of harmful potential extraterrestrial organisms or just organic materials when samples are returned to Earth during robotic sample return, or in the future when astronauts come back to Earth from exploration missions to other worlds.
We send things all over the place, and the next big mission is, of course, Perseverance, and it's going to Mars. And so when NASA wants to send a new rover to Mars, what do you do?
Well, Jim, right from the very earliest phase of mission design, when that light bulb first comes on with an idea for a new mission, the Office of Planetary Protection provides advice and guidance to the engineering team on heat sterilization or alternative chemical cleaning methods such as vapor hydrogen peroxide. Some spacecraft materials can be cleaned and others cannot. And we want to be sure that we're designing a spacecraft that'll tolerate the cleaning procedures necessary to go to the three places we care about right now most deeply in terms of contamination, and that's Mars, Enceladus, and Europa. And when we have a mission that's being assembled for one of those locations, then there's actually an independent auditor from our office that travels to all the facilities where parts like solar panels or parachutes are being manufactured, and we take samples to determine the level of biological cleanliness. And every day, I actually review data on the number of spores being sampled and detected on Perseverance as we get ready for launch.
So, Lisa, what is a spore exactly? Is it biologically made up of many different things?
Jim, a spore is a tiny microscopic resting cell that only certain types of bacteria can make. And they make spores, a process called sporulation, when the environmental conditions get challenging and it looks like they're going to have to shut down. They're not going to continue to be active. But in the process of making that spore, that single cell entity, they wrap it in layers of highly resistant biopolymers. They seal it off, and thereby they create the possibility of that spore later breaking open and turning back into a viable organism that can replicate and grow. So the reason and this goes back to Viking, it's really the Viking planetary protection biologists that thought this through and said, of all of the entities known on Earth that are biological, the only thing we think that could get on a spacecraft, not be seen in an inspection, and stay viable would be a hardy spore. So we don't even monitor all of the spores, which you would be monitoring if you were making medical devices, like implants and things like that. For us, we take a wipe of a spacecraft surface, or we take a tiny little swab that looks like a slightly large Q-tip, and then we heat shock that sample to kill the wimpy organisms, because we only want to know how much contamination is there that could survive the journey, launch, travel, cruise stage, and the landing and the exposure to another planet. And those are the NASA standard assay, the NSA spores. There are international guidelines for spore cleanliness, and the total mission requirement for all spacecraft elements impacting Mars is 500,000 spores, including the rover, aeroshell, descent stage, and parachute. That sounds like a lot, but the requirement is less than 300 spores per square meter of exposed rover surface. Spores are tiny, barely visible with a light microscope. So 300 spores per square meter can be scaled up and visualized as just 28 tennis balls on an entire football field. That's thousands of times less than what our spacecraft would carry if we didn't build them in a clean room facility, if we didn't constantly wipe them with cleaning fluids specific to biological cleanliness, like 70% isopropyl alcohol, which is what we all now read the labels on our hand sanitizer under the current pandemic to make sure that we're using at least 70%. It's just what we use on spacecraft.
Well, what's riding with Percy, and I like that nickname,
Oh,
Percy.
I do too.
So, but what's riding with Percy is the Ingenuity helicopter. This is really a fabulous idea. It's what we call a technology demonstration, and we hope it works. But does that also have some sort of planetary protection requirements on it?
Yes, it does. It's been held to about the same standards as that upper deck of the rover, but not nearly as rigorous as the sterilization for the sample tubes and drill or the wheels. And that's because it's a very different kind of activity. It will not in any way be associated with the return of samples to Earth. So part of what we're doing with the tubes and the drill is we're not just worrying about what we take to Mars, that's forward contamination. We're very concerned about what might come back in those samples. That's backward planetary protection. And backward planetary protection ensures that we do not bring something harmful and release it into the terrestrial environment.
Well, I think I have one of these samples and a sample tube right here with me. So when I was out at JPL not too long ago and I went into the lab where they were testing the core, I was able to walk out with one of the cores. So they had
look
just,
at that.
took this, they just took this circular tube that has a cutting mechanism that cuts into the rock and then creates this core. Then they break it off, and then that is put into a sample tube. And that's what these the sample tube looks like. And as you say, these have to be cleaned really well. There are places on Mars I would dearly love to be able to really interrogate. And one of those places is what we believe, we call them reoccurring slope lineae. This is these long lines of dark material that appear every summer. We now know that many of them, maybe not all of them, but many of them actually could be briny water. What would it take for a rover in planetary protection example to be able to go over and look at that a potential water streak coming out of a crater?
Jim, that's a really good question, and one that I think the Perseverance rover drilling, caching, assembly prepares us to do, because we have been successful in sterilizing at a high temperature for many, many hours in a way that would meet the requirement for going into a place where we might encounter a liquid water environment. So I actually think that what we're learning from this mission to prepare for sample return is going to put us in a good place to actually design a mission where we're gonna reach towards and in some way sample one of these recurring slope lineae, which I usually just call RSLs, because if I don't, it's a tongue twister. And I also think that what we're learning with the rock drilling system on Perseverance is how we might clean a drilling system that would melt drill into ground ice, or rotary drill into an ice cap.
So Curiosity landed in August of 2012, and so it's been there many years in that environment. Do we expect many spores to have survived on its surfaces?
Jim, even if the physical entity is there, because again, it's made out of very resilient biopolymers, it's extremely unlikely that spore is viable. And that's what matters here. What matters is that an organism can come back to life, grow and replicate and spread. And my feeling is, and I'd love it if we had the opportunity to think this through. My guess is that the Curiosity rover is now clean enough that if it were to encounter an RSL or something interesting to explore, that it would be clean enough that we as an international community, because we would probably discuss this through COSPAR, the Committee on Space Exploration, for which you are NASA's representative to the Planetary Protection Panel.
Sure.
I think we would conclude that spacecraft is now as clean or even cleaner than what we could ever accomplish on Earth, and get it to the launch pad and get it on its way.
Yeah, for all the research that we have done, that really makes sense to me too. Well, big discussions are going on at NASA on how we're going to send humans to Mars. What do we have to do to protect Mars and protect the humans that are there?
We need to get a lot smarter than we are right now, and that's what we're going to do at the moon. The Artemis campaign, the Gateway orbiting facility, and the sorties or extended missions down to the surface of the moon. That's the proving ground for Mars, Jim. If we can study how the microbes from humans leak out of the cuffs of our spacesuit, or get out of the air handling systems in our habitats, or trail along behind us on the wheels of our vehicles, then we'll learn how to prevent that, or we'll develop technologies for sterilization of material when we're at Mars. And then we'll be able to do that exploration without causing harmful contamination of Mars. And I say that because we don't know right now. We don't have the data we need to understand whether or not there's indigenous Martian life. We're pretty sure there's nothing at the surface, because we've been looking from orbit, we've been looking from rovers, we've been looking from platforms. We don't see anything with the characteristics of life as we know it on Earth. But subsurface, if it was ever there and it evolved and adapted, then I think it's quite possible it retreated into the subsurface, where we believe there is, to the present day, liquid water below the ice table. And we certainly do not want to do something that would contaminate or compete with a potential Martian life form before we've had a chance to study it and understand it. It would be our first contact. And that's a that's a one time only, don't mess it up kind of event in exploration.
It would be. It would be. Well, I'm not gonna speculate, but I'm gonna think about a potential future, and that is, let's say we find life on Mars. Is it possible that we could, and it's below the surface, it's subsurface, maybe living in the aquifers where there's water, and there's a lot of possibilities for that because we have an enormous amount of life below our feet too, on this planet. Do you think we could get to the point where humans and these Martians could coexist, and what would that look like?
Well, Jim, like you, I'm sort of a hopeless optimist about what scientists and engineers are capable of doing. And I think it is possible. But I think we need to understand it and be aware of how we would biobarrier or very carefully control our waste and our agriculture. Because if we're gonna be up there for extended periods of time, we need to be able to grow our own food, and that's a very different microbiome from just the human body, which we know has a signature. But when we start growing food, now we've got individual organisms that live in and on the roots of plants, mycorrhizal fungi that have a distinct characteristic, and bacteria as well. So we need to be very, very careful initially so we don't do something inadvertent and irreversible. And then I think there is a possibility in the future that we can be there and we can study. Frankly, we're going to have to learn, if there is something in the subsurface, how to not have it get inside our habitats and in some way present harmful contamination to us. It's a very complicated relationship that we'll have to develop. But again, in the same way that the moon is the proving ground for Mars, I think Mars is the proving ground for the extraordinary icy worlds that are out there around Saturn and Jupiter. Let's make sure we know what we're doing in a very dry, hostile, cold terrestrial planet before we go to an icy moon.
I'm going to guess that you believe there's life beyond Earth.
Jim, I would be absolutely flabbergasted if there was not life elsewhere in our solar system, because I think evolutionary biology has really changed over just the past 2 decades. And once we began to realize that there is essentially no place on Earth that doesn't have living organisms, it makes it very hard for me to think that life only got started here. The very fact that we don't know what the origin of life is on Earth, we don't have a geologic record that gets us back in time far enough with unaltered materials to know what the origin looked like on Earth, also makes me wonder if the origin was someplace else and something arrived on Earth ready to go or partially formed, or and any of those ideas makes me keep my mind open about life elsewhere in our solar system. If it's there any place else in our solar system, then I think we will have to conclude that on the spectrum from rare to common, that it's going to be common. If we don't find any vestige of a life form anyplace else in our solar system, that's gonna push us towards rare.
Well, when you look out into the solar system, where do you think we will find it first?
I'm still cautiously optimistic about Mars because of the methane mystery. We see these pulses of elevated methane in the atmosphere. And not only do we have no explanation for where that methane comes from, we don't have an explanation for how that methane is removed from the atmosphere. We have a great mystery on Mars right now. And that's why, as the Planetary Protection Officer, I want to see us continue to explore with a very, very careful eye on forward contamination. That gets back to your question about, can we go there and sustain ourselves without harming Mars if there's something on Mars that could be harmed? Ultimately, I think it's a better bet to look in the oceans beneath the ice covers in places like Europa and Enceladus.
Let's say we brought the samples back from Percy, and now we've started to interrogate them. Do you think we know enough to be able to say these samples, we can delineate things that we brought that actually have come back from those things that are indigenous to Mars?
Jim, that would be a false positive. It would mean could we, or do we need to worry about being confused and misidentifying something that made a round trip with something that came from Mars itself? I frankly, and we've spent a lot of time discussing this with outside experts, I have very little worry about a false positive. And the reason for that is that we are archiving samples from the spacecraft, from the facility, from the launch pad, and we are storing and saving those samples for future study so that we know a great deal about everything that could have potentially gotten on that spacecraft and flown with us.
Wow, that sounds great. Well, Lisa, I always like to ask my guests to tell me what was that event or person, place, or thing that happened to them that got them so excited about being the scientists they are today. And I call that a gravity assist. So, Lisa, what was your gravity assist?
Jim, it's hard for me to point to a single event because I think you're aware that I had quite a number of not false starts, but moved down one path with my education and then said, this really doesn't interest me that much. I went off to college as a Spanish major. Wow. Even though I had taken a lot of math and science in high school, and knew that was something I was good at, I didn't see any role models. I didn't see any way that was going to work out. And then I realized that I really still fundamentally loved biology in particular. So I started taking biology classes, and then I decided I didn't want to be killing frogs in biology labs. This was at a time when we were still working with live animals in undergraduate labs, and had an inspirational moment when I decided I'm a botanist. Plants don't bleed. So I actually transferred to the University of North Carolina as a botany major. And then if there was a sort of pivotal gravity assist for me, it was in my senior year when I took my first geology course. And the instructor, John Dennison at Chapel Hill, had a way of talking about time travel through study of the geologic record, through stratigraphy, that was so awe-inspiring that I knew that I was even more passionate and more interested in the history of life on Earth and the evolution of life on Earth through the study of the ancient record. I was more interested in that than living plants, and so that's my. I guess that's my gravity assist, and it's what serendipitously gave me a dual degrees in life sciences and earth sciences that actually positioned me ultimately to be competitive for the planetary protection officer position when it was advertised and opened 3 years ago.
I was just so delighted that you applied. What made you decide to do that?
This is kind of a strange and wonderful story about role reversal. So a number of people, both inside and outside NASA, had let me know that the position was open, and I kept saying, "No, maybe 10 years ago. It's too late in my career." And I made the mistake, well, maybe it was a mistake, maybe it's the best thing that could have happened. I was talking to my daughter about it. She's an engineering graduate student at Stanford. And I said, this position is open. And that began weeks of relentless work on her part to talk me into applying. And I kept saying, no, it's just too late. And then finally, one time on a phone call, and this was, Jim, this was 3 days before the position was going to close for applications. She said to me, so, Mom, following your passion and reaching for your dream job is advice you can dish out, but you can't take it yourself. And I was so shocked that this 25-year-old threw back at me what I throw at her, that I actually said, you know what? I'm going to apply. I'll never be selected, but I'm going to apply. And for the rest of your life, you're going to say to me, I'm so proud of you for applying. And then, the unexpected happened. And I have had the most wonderful 2.5 years to date of being the planetary protection officer and helping NASA find ways to not contaminate forward or backward. It's a gift that Isabel gave me.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm so proud of you for applying, because I have enjoyed working with you over the last several years. It's just been a wonderful experience for me, too. Well, thanks so much for tagging up with me today to discuss what a planetary protection officer does and how they do it. I've really enjoyed our discussion today.
Hey, Jim, I'm just delighted that you asked and we had a chance. You caught me off guard with a couple of these questions, but the speculation was lots of fun, and go Perseverance.
Go Perseverance. Join me next time as we continue our journey to look for life beyond Earth. I'm Jim Green, and this is your Gravity Assist. If you lived on a planet around a distant star and you pointed a powerful telescope back to Earth, you might easily be able to pick up signals from all the technologies that we have developed. Could we find these type of signals from another civilization on a distant planet somewhere in the galaxy?
We're already doing a lot of search for extraterrestrial intelligence by building and developing and using all of these instruments. We just have to think of it that way.
Hi, I'm Jim Green, Chief Scientist at NASA, and this is Gravity Assist. On this season of Gravity Assist, we're looking for life beyond Earth.
I'm here with Dr. Jason Wright, and he is a professor of astronomy and astrophysics at Penn State and a member of its Center for Exoplanets and Habitable Worlds. Welcome, Jason, to Gravity Assist.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah, first, Jason, I want to congratulate you on being the recipient of the 2019 Drake Award. That's quite a distinction.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was really honored to get it. It's just amazing to be to get an award named after a pioneer like Frank Drake.
Well, you're well known for discussing the important science that is really at the root of the Drake equation. So give us a little background on what that is.
Sure. The Drake equation was an equation that Frank Drake wrote down to try and estimate the number of communicating civilizations in the galaxy that we might be able to detect with radio telescopes. And so he wanted to quantify and formalize the general sense we have that there are so many hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy. Surely at least one of them has some kind of technological species that might be communicating with us. So he started with the number of stars in the galaxy and then attempted to estimate what fraction of those have planets, what fraction of those planets might host life, what fraction of those planets with life might have complex life that could build tools, and then what fraction of that life is communicating with us right now. And so it allows us to kind of break down the whole problem of finding other life in the galaxy into individual pieces that we can study and attempt to estimate numbers for. We now know that something like 1 in 10 or 1 in 4 of those hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy really do have planets, rocky planets that could have liquid water on the surface of them. Now, we haven't discovered any planets with liquid water on them other than the Earth, but we've found many that may have liquid water. And so just that by itself means that there are hundreds of billions of potential sites for life in the galaxy. And he didn't know that. He didn't know if most or even any other stars had planets around them when he first wrote down the equation. So that has helped a lot. But the other terms in the equation are still pretty fuzzy. We only have one example of life arising on any planet, our own. But if we were to find, say, microbes on Mars or signs of metabolism in the plumes coming out of Enceladus, that would suggest that wherever you have water, you'll have life arise. And that would greatly increase the chances that there's someone out there trying to get a hold of us.
Well, you know, the Drake Award is given to scientists by the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute. This is the SETI Institute. So please tell us how SETI is looking for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Right. So the term SETI, S-E-T-I, is the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And it actually began at NASA as a radio program to try and detect the sorts of signals that Frank Drake pioneered. But at some point, Congress directed NASA to stop doing that. And so the SETI Institute in California was founded as a way for that, for philanthropic funds to support the search when NASA wouldn't do it or couldn't do it because Congress told them so. And so the SETI Institute now for decades has been the hub for the search for radio signals from other stars. And through the philanthropic contributions of people like Barney Oliver and Paul Allen, they've managed to really advance the field and carry it forward. And today, Radio SETI is really mature and scanning the skies all the time for signs of alien life.
So these potential radio transmissions that SETI might observe coming from sources elsewhere in the galaxy, we call those signatures of technology or technosignature. What else is a technosignature?
Jill Tarter, who is one of the founders of this field and for a long time led the SETI Institute, wanted to sort of reframe the whole search for technology in the galaxy and point out that it's not just looking for really powerful ham radio signals from another star. It's really the search for any kind of technology that we might be able to detect. And so she looked at how NASA had developed the idea of biosignatures, the ways that we could tell that life was somewhere else, such as microbes on Mars or certain chemicals in the atmosphere of an exoplanet, and said, well, what we're doing is looking for technosignatures. And they might not be radio waves. They could be laser pulses. We might detect the extra heat on a planet coming from all of its power plants and cities. We might detect very large structures in orbit around other stars as they pass between the stars and the Earth. There are lots of things we can imagine doing to try and find signals or signs of technology other than just narrowband radio transmissions.
Well, you know, these narrowband radio transmissions are some of the things that we do here on this planet. So could another civilization pick up our technosignatures, our radio signatures?
I think so. So if we were looking at the sun from afar, say that, Earth were actually around Alpha Centauri, looking back at the sun, would we be able to tell that the sun had the Earth on it, and that Earth had liquid water, and that Earth had life, and that Earth had humans? And even just knowing that the sun had a planet like Earth around it would be very challenging with the technology we have today. At that distance, it's very hard to detect, but it's possible. Knowing that it had an atmosphere, knowing it had liquid water, that is really at the moment beyond our capabilities. But NASA is working on new space telescopes that could figure something like that out. But to know that Earth had life is extremely challenging. It just doesn't put a big imprint on the Earth that's detectable from another star. However, if they knew what frequencies to check and when to check and what they were looking for, they would be able to detect, for instance, our interplanetary radar that we use to find the distance to Venus and study the rotations of asteroids. They might even be able to detect our ICBM radars that are constantly scanning to make sure that missiles aren't flying around the world. They might be able to detect, perhaps eventually, our interplanetary probes that have escaped the solar system and are now flying in interstellar space. And so it's very possible that our technosignatures are the most obvious signs that there is any life in the solar system. So it stands to reason, if we're looking at other stars, those technosignatures might be more obvious than the biosignatures. So if we want to find life in the universe, it might be most fruitful to look for technosignatures instead of biosignatures, because after all, that's probably true for us.
What are some of the kind of tools that we either have today or we need to develop to really go after technosignatures?
It's interesting because astronomers like to build these general kinds of telescopes that are looking for all kinds of things out there. And so when we think about how are we going to go to technology, the dream instruments that we would build to do that are the same ones that we're already building to do all sorts of other kinds of astronomy and astrophysics and planetary science. So the sorts of things we would build are large arrays of radio telescopes. And sure enough, those already exist. And in fact, a lot of the work done at the SETI Institute and at the UC Berkeley SETI Research Center and other places that do SETI piggyback on those telescopes. And while they're being used for other science, they also look for radio signals. Similarly, there's all sorts of NASA assets. We've got the WISE satellite that surveyed the entire sky in infrared wavelengths. We have coming up the James Webb Space Telescope that's going to be able to take just absolutely amazing data from all sorts of stars in the universe. These are the sorts of things that we would hope would be built to go looking for technosignatures. So I would say we're already doing a lot of search for extraterrestrial intelligence by building and developing and using all of these instruments. We just have to think of it that way and task those telescopes to do SETI work in addition to the other work that they're doing.
And when you think about a planet, perhaps an Earth-like planet orbiting its sun, we could see it perhaps away from the sun's intense light during the time when the sun's light is shining on it in the day, but also as the planet goes around the sun at its nighttime. And if there's life on those kind of planets, what kind of things do you think we can see in the atmospheres of those exoplanets?
Yeah, that's exactly right. These planets are very small. And so there's two ways that you can go after trying to find biosignatures or technosignatures on them. One of them, as you say, is that with these very large, fancy telescopes, many of which NASA is putting into space, we can separate the light from the planet and actually take an image of the planet as maybe a pale blue dot and then study it spectrally. And then the other way is when it passes in front of the starlight will filter through the atmosphere, and the chemicals in the atmosphere will block certain colors of light, and certain patterns of chemicals in the atmosphere would be indicative of life. So for instance, if the Earth passed between the sun and another star, and you were trying to study the Earth's atmosphere that way, you would notice that the Earth's atmosphere contains both methane and oxygen at the same time. And that's very unusual because lightning should make the oxygen and methane combine into carbon dioxide and water and make at least one of them disappear. The reason we have all that methane is because of things like cows, and metabolism of mammals just creates lots of methane. And so that's a sign of life. Also, however, if you made very sensitive measurements, you might detect that the atmosphere contained chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs. Now, we don't put much of those in the atmosphere anymore because we now understand how bad it is for the ozone layer. But that's absolutely artificial. Nature does not make CFCs. And so that's how you could tell the technosignature in our atmosphere.
Yeah, so in other words, the technology of that planet is actually generating those trace gases, which are affecting the atmosphere. And if we can tease that out of the spectrum, we got it. Then we'll know that there's advanced life on those planets.
And it's even better than that because scientists can dream up scenarios without any life where you might get methane and oxygen at the same time. It shouldn't be common, but it could happen. There's really no way that nature produces CFCs. That means you have to have technology. And so if you see that, you know you've got life. So in a lot of ways, searching for technosignatures is a stronger way to go, because when you find it, you've really found it.
Now, you were involved in a survey going back a few years called Glimpsing Heat from Alien Technologies. What was that about, and what did you learn?
So there are actually a lot of ways, as we said, to go looking for technosignatures, and most of them actually all go back to about 1960 to 1964. There's looking for radio waves, there's looking for laser light, there's looking for probes that might be in the solar system right now. But one of them, hypothesized by Freeman Dyson, who sadly died just a couple of months ago,
Yes, indeed.
was that we could look for large technologies in orbit around the star. So Freeman Dyson's idea was that we don't know what alien technology is going to be like, but we can be pretty sure it will use energy. That's almost the definition of technology. And so where is it going to get all of that energy, and how much could it possibly use? If you give humans 1 billion years to develop technology, how much energy will we need to power it? And his answer was that the most energy that they could possibly use was all the energy coming from their star. And so if they are going to capture all, or even just 1% of the energy coming from the star, well, it would use that energy, and then it would have to give it up as heat. So for instance, my computer right now is warm, and the reason it's warm is it's getting energy from electricity. It's going to use that energy to help me do this interview. And then when it's done with the energy, it doesn't disappear. The energy has to come off as heat. So if there's technology around a star using even just 1% of the starlight, then that 1% of starlight should be coming off as heat, and we can detect that heat at infrared wavelengths. So the idea behind GHAT, Glimpsing Heat of Alien Technologies, was that NASA had just finished an all-sky survey to look at how much heat was coming off of every star and galaxy in the universe. And so I thought, well, that's great. That's exactly what Freeman Dyson had hoped someone would do, but no one could really do very well before that satellite flew. So it wasn't at the time something NASA would have been interested in looking at with its telescope, but we did get some funds from the Templeton Foundation. And so we were able to hire a researcher to go through the WISE database and try and put limits on what's the most heat coming off of every star. And every galaxy. Maybe galaxies are filled with technology. And so we put some of the first strong upper limits on how much heat is coming out of all of the technology of other galaxies, which was just a pilot study. We weren't able to put any really firm upper limits on it. But we could say things, for instance, like there aren't any galaxies where every single star has 100% of its light being used up by technology, which we actually didn't know before. It's not a surprise, but it's a first step, and I'm hoping we can do a lot better in the future.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's say you discovered evidence for a technosignature, and even better, that it was confirmed. You know, you have to put yourself in that future thinking. What would you do next?
Yeah. So the confirm part is really important. I'm glad you brought that up. If you're looking with a radio telescope and you see that signal, you're basically done. Unless that signal came from Earth, and you do have to rule that out, but you can rule that out pretty quickly. Unless it came from Earth, that signal has to be technology from another planet when you find it. So then you're done. But if you go looking for things like the heat of technology, or you go looking for large technosignatures or megastructures passing in front of stars, or what you think is chlorofluorocarbons in the atmosphere of another planet, you're not going to be absolutely sure what you have. What you're going to have is some sort of anomaly. And so you're going to have to follow that anomaly up. And it's going to take a long time. And so I think it'll be a lot like, well, we have an interesting candidate. Wow, that candidate's stronger than we thought. Oh, that thing we thought it might have been, isn't it? It really could be aliens. And it'll just be a slow process where more and more astronomers are convinced, yes, that really is aliens. Now, if it's confirmed, if we get that radio signal or that laser signal from that source, and there it is, we know what it is, then the S in SETI just changes, because it's the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Well, it'll become the study of extraterrestrial intelligence. And at that point, it's going to depend on what it is that we have found, and we'll have to figure out how to study it.
Yeah, you're right. Probably every telescope in the world will be looking at it.
It'll be a big deal.
It'll be a big deal. And then, okay, let's say you want to be able to communicate with it, I would think. So in other words, if a technosignature came from a star 1,000 light years away, that means it's already been 1,000 years since that was emitted for us to see it. How would we know that that civilization is still around?
Oh, well, yeah, the ping time, that's going to be a problem. So if it's 1,000 light years away, which is a very reasonable distance, then if we have a message that looks like it's inviting a response, and if we should choose to respond, and I don't even want to go there, then we'll send that back, and it'll take 1,000 years before they get it. And so that's 2,000 years from their perspective of sending it out and it coming back. And, 2,000 years ago, well, we had a very different technology levels and very different social structures and completely different governments and societies. And so you can imagine that, yeah, it'll be a very different place when our message finally gets back, if they're even there at all.
Well, you've been working on this topic now for many, many years. What really inspires you to keep going on it?
I really like puzzles that no one else seems to be working on. And this is not a field with a lot of people working in it. I also really like that it's a big question that captures everybody's attention. A lot of times we find our vocations working on important problems, but then, when our Aunt Millie at Christmas asks what we work on, we have to figure out how to explain it and why it's relevant, and, her eyes glaze over, and it can be hard. But when I say I'm looking for signs of technological life in the galaxy to see if we're alone, nobody's eyes glaze over. They get wider. Everyone understands how neat that is. So it's a great problem to work on where there's a lot of headway to be made, and everybody gets why it's so important. It's a lot of fun.
Good. That's interesting. Well, Jason, I always like to ask my guest to tell me what was the event in their life, whether it's a person, place, or thing, something that got them so excited about becoming the scientists they are today. I call that event a gravity assist. So, Jason, what was your gravity assist?
Oh, man. It's funny. I've wanted to be an astronomer for as long as I can remember. So my gravity assist might have come when I was pretty young. One thing that's always struck me about my career arc is that, when I was 6, I wanted to be an astronomer, but I had no idea what that meant. I didn't know if I was any good at it. I didn't know what being an astronomer was day to day. And so at every stage of my career, when I got to Boston University and first got to do some research and take my physics classes, and then at UC Berkeley, where I started doing much more research and much more difficult classes. And then when I started as a professor here, I started advising students, I started teaching courses. At every step along the way, I discovered that I really enjoyed what I was doing and that I was really good at it. And so I've been incredibly lucky. And so maybe it's more like Voyager leaving the solar system. There wasn't just one gravity assist. Every time it went by one of the giant planets, it went a little bit faster. And it headed on to its next destination. And every gravity assist was just right. And if any one of those had been unlucky and missed, not that NASA would have missed, but it was a difficult calculation, it wouldn't have made it. But it did. And so I think my career trajectory maybe is more like Voyager's.
Well, I understand completely, and it really you've got to have those little nudges along the way to keep you going sometimes. And we've gotten to the point where we find so many things out there that I would call circumstantial evidence that there's life beyond Earth, but there's so many of them. It's almost inconceivable to me to think that there's no life beyond Earth, and I think you're in that same bucket that I am in that respect. Early on, Frank Drake worked with Carl Sagan. They went to the Arecibo telescope and they fired off a message. And that means they were trying to send a technosignature. Should we go back to that process?
It's a neat question. The Arecibo message, as it's called, was a fantastic project. It has inspired so many people to think about this problem, just like the Drake equation did. An introductory astronomy textbook is almost guaranteed to have the Arecibo message in it for students to try and decipher and understand. But in that way, I think the Arecibo message was really for us. They didn't have any expectation that they'd get a response, certainly not in their lifetimes, because they sent it to stars, as you say, that are thousands of light years away. And it was just one very brief message. And so they'd have to be listening to the Earth at just the right moment when that very weak signal arrived for them to know anything about us. So I do think that things like that, the Voyager records that Carl Sagan helped put together that are right now headed off into interstellar space, the plaques on the Pioneer probes headed into interstellar space with messages inscribed on them, I think it inspires humans to think about this problem, to think about what it would be like to actually contact other life. As far as whether we should do it because we're trying to get a response, I think it's very unlikely that we can do anything more obvious than we're already doing with our radar and the pollution in the atmosphere and all of our other activities. I think all of that is much more obvious than any of these feeble little messages.
Yeah, actually, I like very much the way you said that. And that is, those messages are for us. So, Jason, thanks so much for a really stimulating discussion on technosignatures and what they are.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, join me next time as we continue our journey to look for life beyond Earth. I'm Jim Green, and this is your Gravity Assist. Well, life on Earth is the only life we know, and so that means that our star is so important to us. But there are other types of stars. What would life be like around different stars in those solar systems?
Earth didn't have an ozone layer before and didn't used to have oxygen in its atmosphere. And these different kinds of alien Earths might be analogous to the kinds of alien exoplanets we might someday encounter.
Hi, I'm Jim Green, Chief Scientist at NASA, and this is Gravity Assist. On this season of Gravity Assist, we're looking for life beyond Earth. I'm here with Dr. Jada Arney, and she is a research space scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. She has done research on astrobiology, exoplanets, organic hazes, Venus, and planetary habitability. So today we're going to talk about how NASA looks for life beyond Earth. Welcome, Jada.
Thanks, Jim. I'm glad to be here.
Well, we now know there are more planets than stars in our Milky Way. And these stars come in all sizes and intensities. And I know you have a favorite star type that you look at. What do you think is the best type of star that could possibly have habitable planets?
A lot of the time when people think about habitability in planets, we think just about the planet by itself. But it's really important to remember that planets orbit stars, and planets and stars actually can interact with each other in really important ways that affect habitability. So I like to think about what I think of as Goldilocks stars. These are stars that I think might be just right to find life and habitable planets. These are called K-stars or K-dwarfs, to use astronomical jargon. So the sun is a G-dwarf in astronomical jargon. You may have also heard of M-dwarfs, or we also call those red dwarfs. Those are teeny tiny stars. So K-dwarfs are kind of in the middle between G-dwarf sun stars and M-dwarf tiny stars.
So what's the difference between our sun, a G-star, and a K-star, other than size?
There's a historical convention where astronomers give stars these different designations with these different letters. Just they denote different things like their sizes and their luminosities. The scale for historical reasons goes OBAFGKM, from the biggest stars to the smallest stars. So K-stars are smaller than the sun. They're less luminous than the sun, but they're bigger than the smallest kind of stars. They're also, I think, interestingly, more numerous than the sun. There's more K-dwarfs in our galaxy than there are sun-like stars.
Where do those classifications O and B and G and K come from?
So back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, at the Harvard Observatory, there were these women who are called computers. And what their job was to sift through these photographs of the sky, and a lot of what they were doing was categorizing stars. And so one woman, Annie Jump Cannon, was the person who came up with the original stellar classification system.
And so, so her first class was A, and then she decided on B and C.
Yeah. She gave them different
them.
letters, I think, based on the strengths of different features that she was seeing in their spectra.
And then when she realized that it's really about temperature, she had to reorder them. But she kept that original classification.
Yeah, which we now use today. So it seems like, you might think, oh, where did these letters come from? Well, they actually came from a place where people were actually doing science.
Well, how does the host star affect whether or not a planet around it may be habitable?
The host star can affect habitability in a lot of different ways. For example, the lowest mass kind of stars, these M dwarfs that I mentioned, they're really active stars. They flare a lot. They produce a lot of high energy radiation, constantly bombarding their poor little planets orbiting around them. And what makes it especially tough for those little planets is that because M dwarfs are so dim, you have to orbit really, really close to that campfire in order to stay warm. So you're orbiting super close, and yet you're constantly getting bombarded by high energy radiation. So that's not so good. What I like about K dwarfs is that they're not nearly as active as M dwarfs. They're much less active. They produce a lot less high energy radiation, which is really good for habitability. And what makes them better than G dwarfs, potentially for looking for habitable planets, is that G dwarfs like our sun are brighter than K dwarfs. So when you're looking for tiny little planets orbiting around them, it's harder to pull out those signals when you're looking around a really bright star compared to when you're looking around a dimmer star.
So those M stars, those smaller ones, like TRAPPIST-1 is an M star. It had 7 planets, and 3 or 4 of them were in the habitable zone. But as you said, they were being hammered by the radiation from the star, the coronal mass ejections, and everything else that happens. But that habitable zone is so close to the star, they're tidally locked, just like our moon is. So with K stars, then, that habitable zone is further out.
Right.
Do we expect those planets to be tidally locked?
So not necessarily. The tricky thing about the habitable zone is we don't know whether the planets that are in the habitable zone are truly habitable yet. We actually have to make those observations. But I think right now, based on what we know, is that there's a lot of problems to be orbiting around an M dwarf just because of the way their stars behave. There's a lot of things that M dwarfs do that can strip away habitability from a planet that K dwarfs do much less. But they still offer advantages for detectability because they're smaller than our sun, so it's easier to see tiny planets orbiting around them.
So in your search for that K star with planets, how many are you looking at these days?
Well, so I'm not actually an observer. I'm a modeler. So what I do is I model systems in my computer, and I try to understand what are the best kinds of stars for looking for planets with habitability and life. What we really need in order to actually observe planets around K dwarfs is next generation telescopes. So we don't currently have, but hopefully will in the future.
So when you do your modeling, what are you modeling exactly in these K stars? Different types of planets, different sizes, in and out of the habitable zone, and the activity of the star itself?
Yeah, so what I'm mostly interested in modeling is I'm trying to understand how the star impacts the planet's atmosphere. So I run what's called a photochemical climate model, where it helps me to understand how the atmosphere evolves in response to the star.
Well, what do you mean by photochemistry?
Well, okay, that's a good question. Chemistry, right, is the interaction between different chemicals, different compounds. Photochemistry, so photo means light in this context. So this is chemistry that involves not just different chemical compounds, but also light getting involved. So light can break apart different molecules and make new molecules. Light can split them apart, make these new molecules, and those new molecules can react in different ways. And this is a really fundamental process that occurs in planetary atmospheres. So I can put a planet and make up an atmosphere on top of that planet, put it around a given star at whatever distance I want, make the planet whatever size I want, make the atmosphere whatever, density I want, put that planet there and just see how it evolves in response to the star. One of the really interesting things I found that I was really excited about is that biosignatures, these are remotely detectable signs of life, around K stars compared to G stars, it might be easier to detect them, at least a particular kind of biosignature, which is oxygen and methane together in the atmosphere, is a really good sign of life. So when you see these two gases, oxygen and methane, in the planet's atmosphere together, that's really important because those gases are both produced by life and they destroy each other really rapidly. And the best way we can explain that is life. That's how we have oxygen and methane in Earth's atmosphere. But because of the different amount of ultraviolet light that K dwarfs produce, you can end up getting a lot more methane in their atmospheres, even in the presence of oxygen. And that's really important because when you want to try to look for life elsewhere, you would love to try to detect these two gases together. And it might be quite hard to actually do that for a planet around a G dwarf, but much easier to do that for a planet around a K dwarf.
So are we developing instruments that will enable us actually to look at a planet and its atmosphere?
Yeah, we're developing those right now. One telescope that's going to fly soon is the James Webb Space Telescope, and that's going to make the first look at potentially habitable exoplanets. It will probably not be able to observe habitable planets, or potentially habitable planets around K dwarfs. What it might be able to do is it might be able to look for planets around M dwarfs. These are these much smaller stars. So when you have a much smaller star, it's much easier to observe the planet around it. To observe planets around brighter stars like K dwarfs or even G dwarfs, we're going to need even next generation telescopes beyond James Webb.
Well, after James Webb, what other opportunities would we have? What kind of telescopes would we need next?
Great question. James Webb, for most of its exoplanet observations and for observations of planets like the TRAPPIST-1 planets, it's observing them with what's called the transit technique, where the planets pass directly in front of the star from our point of view. It's kind of like a little tiny eclipse where we see these little dots passing in front of their stars. And so from those little tiny eclipses, we can infer things about the planet. And also a little bit of the starlight gets blocked by the planet's atmosphere, and so we can learn things about what the planet's atmosphere is made of. And that's a really great technique for planets that orbit small stars and planets that have really small orbits, so they transit frequently. And so that's typically the best kind of technique you'd use for planets orbiting low-mass stars, like M dwarfs, where you're orbiting close to your star really quickly, so you get lots and lots and lots of transits. And the size of the star is not too big compared to the size of the planet, compared to bigger, brighter stars. To observe planets orbiting brighter stars, like G dwarfs and K dwarfs, G dwarfs like our sun and K dwarfs, you probably need to see the planets directly because it can be tricky to use the transit technique in that case. It's really hard to get enough signal to noise using the transit technique because the star is just so much bigger compared to the planet. And because the star is brighter, it has to orbit farther away from the star in order to be in the habitable zone. And so your transits are much less frequent. Earth would only transit the sun once a year if you were an alien observer, compared to around an M dwarf where you can get transits every couple of days. So around those M dwarfs, you get a lot more signal in the same amount of time. So we want to be able to see the planets directly for these brighter stars. We need ways to block out the starlight. And there's different technologies that we're developing right now in order to do that. One's called a star shade, where you actually fly. It's this beautiful petal-shaped thing that sits in space and flies in front of the telescope. And you can position it between the telescope and the star, and you can black out the starlight and see the planets orbiting. There's another thing called a coronagraph, which is like a star shade, but it sits inside the telescope. And both of these do something similar to, like, if you're trying to see an airplane that's flying right next to the sun and you use your hand to block out the sun so you can see the airplane. That's what these technologies do. They're blocking out the really bright star to see the tiny planet that's nearby.
So when we do that, we block out the light and we look at the planet, and the planet is illuminated. That means the light from the star reflects off the atmosphere, and the atmosphere modifies that light, and then we observe it.
Right. So what we're looking at is direct reflected light with these kinds of next generation missions that would actually be able to block out the starlight. And again, it's really important to think about how stars modify their planetary atmospheres, because they don't just passively, we don't just passively get warmed by the sun. The sun is actually modifying our atmosphere through these photochemical effects. And it's really important whenever we try to think about the kinds of biosignatures that we might see on exoplanets to consider these photochemical effects, because we might get fooled if we don't think about that.
So this sounds complicated where the star's light affects the photochemistry of the planet, and the life on that planet is also affecting the photochemistry, and you have to tease that out.
You have to think about all of these different things together, interacting with each other. And especially when you bring life into the equation, that makes it especially complicated. Life on Earth has modified our environment in really complicated ways. We think about something that's really important to habitability, the ozone layer, which on Earth blocks UV radiation from reaching the surface. So it's worse than getting a sunburn. If we didn't have an ozone and oxygen layer in our atmosphere, we would die from radiation poisoning really, really fast.
Well, when you think about that, an element of that is, well, that's our environment, and we've evolved in that environment. But, maybe there's life that lives in a planet where the ozone is destroyed and the ultraviolet light comes in, and they take that into account. Is that a possibility?
Sure. Well, actually, there was life on Earth before the ozone layer existed. The ozone layer is on Earth because of life, because eventually oxygenic photosynthesis evolved on our planet, and it put oxygen in the atmosphere. And that oxygen, because of photochemistry, this interaction between gases in our atmosphere and the starlight, that photochemistry transforms some of that oxygen in our atmosphere into ozone. And so these processes on other kinds of planets might play out in different ways. In some of my own simulations, I find that K-dwarfs actually produce less ozone than a planet around a G-star, which might have implications for how much UV light reaches the surface on those stars. So there's definitely tons of different scenarios that might be able to play out on different kinds of planets.
Well, what are we doing here on Earth to help better predict where life might be found on other planets in our solar system?
So I use computer models to do this because I think it's really fun to let the universe be my sandbox where I can tune all these different knobs in my models and see what happens. So that's primarily what I do. We often forget that Earth itself is a planet, but Earth is a planet. And I think a lot about how we can think about Earth as an exoplanet to help us understand what we might look for and what we might see when we actually start looking for these pale blue and other colored dots around other stars. I also think a lot about different phases of Earth's history, because when you think about Earth in the past, Earth is more than one planet, and its environmental conditions were dramatically different in the past. I mentioned before that Earth didn't have an ozone layer before and didn't used to have oxygen in its atmosphere. And these different kinds of alien Earths might be analogous to the kinds of alien exoplanets we might someday encounter. So using modeling and using what we know from here, I think is really useful.
So if Earth started out being so uninhabitable and life was struggling to get through, how does that process work?
Well, it would not have been habitable to us or a lot of the complex life that we have on Earth today, but it was habitable to the organisms that existed on early Earth and that did arise in that context. What we consider habitable today, like oxygen is not a prerequisite for habitability. It is for us, like we humans, we need oxygen to survive. But there's even life that lives on Earth today that hates oxygen. And if you put them in an oxygenated environment, they would die. So on early Earth, there was no oxygen, and that was okay. Life didn't want oxygen. In fact, when oxygen started to rise in our atmosphere, it poisoned a lot of life, we think. There was a huge calamity that may have occurred when oxygen levels first started to rise, because oxygen is really reactive and it's poisonous if you haven't evolved to deal with the reactivity of it. So the interactions between life and its environment, they're really complicated, and there's really not necessarily any one-size-fits-all answer for what is a habitable environment. There's different habitable environments, even on Earth, for different kinds of life. And that's great because that broadens the kinds of environments we can look for on other kinds of planets when thinking about habitability.
So within our solar system, you've studied several planets, Venus in particular. So what do you like about Venus and how do you look at that relative to other exoplanets?
Well, what's great about Venus is that it's so hard to understand what's under the clouds, just like it's so hard to understand what the exoplanet atmospheres are made out of at all right now. What I think is really compelling about Venus in particular is that I think Venus has a lot to tell us about how habitability can vary and evolve over time. Venus today is a really uninhabitable world. It's a planet where the surface temperature is hot enough to melt lead. And you might think, well, what does that planet have anything to tell us about habitability other than the fact that it doesn't have habitability? But there's evidence that Venus might have been habitable in the past. People think that it may have lost an ocean of liquid water that used to be on the surface. And that was in response to the star. The sun, through normal stellar evolution processes, gets brighter over time and eventually got too hot on Venus for its oceans to be sustained. So again, this is an example of how stars and planets can interact to shape habitability. And Venus is a great example of the end state of habitability. Earth might in the future look a lot more like Venus than it does the planet that we know and love today, because the sun is not stopping getting brighter over time. This is a process that takes a really long time. It takes billions of years, but these are the kinds of timescales that we have to think about when we think about astronomy.
Yeah, so when we look like Venus, we better be on Mars.
Yeah, Mars is going to be pretty nice then, hopefully.
Do you think we're alone in the galaxy?
Well, I think that life evolved on Earth as early as it could. When you look at Earth history, when the geological record, life appeared almost as soon as Earth became habitable, at least as far as we can tell. And what that tells me is that maybe it's not too hard for life to evolve if you have the right conditions and the right ingredients and the right kind of planet. And so if habitable planets are common, and I don't know how common they are, but I think there's probably some out there, then I think maybe at least some of those planets have life. So I would be surprised if we're alone in the galaxy.
Well, let me ask you this question then. Do you think we'll find evidence for life in the solar system beyond Earth first or from an exoplanet?
I love that question because it's such a cool way of thinking about planets holistically. A lot of the time we think about like exoplanets or solar system planets as separate planets. But I think it's exciting to think about them together as one population of planets. And I don't know. I'm really excited, though, about future solar system exploration of Europa. I know that the Europa Clipper is going to be visiting Europa, and we're going to begin to understand what might exist under Europa's icy crust and in the ocean underneath, which might be habitable and might have life. And that's really exciting. And in the same time frame, we're going to begin to get the first observations of maybe potentially habitable exoplanets, and maybe if we're really lucky, discover biosignatures in their atmosphere. I think if we discover life within or outside the solar system, in either case, if we make one positive discovery, that's going to tell us life is probably really common and our galaxy is teeming with inhabited worlds.
Well, Jada, I always like to ask my guests to tell me what was the event or person, place, or thing that got them so excited that propelled them to become the scientists they are today. I call that a gravity assist. So, what was your gravity assist?
Well, I used to really love going to the library as a kid and checking out books on science, and especially the astronomy books. Those were my favorite of all time. And I think I checked out every single astronomy book from the library that was near my house when I was a little kid. But there was one book that I loved the most because on that book, it's called the Space Atlas. And there was this page in the Space Atlas where at the top of the page it said, "Are we alone?" And it had this discussion of, what I would now consider to be astrobiology. But at the time, I didn't have that word for it. And it had this picture of the Voyager Golden Record that was going out into the stars. And I just thought it was so amazing that we're sending this record out into the stars. Probably no aliens will ever find it, but just the idea that it could be found was so amazing to me.
That's fantastic. Well, I've really enjoyed talking to you about stars, star types, and how planets might actually be habitable on other different types of stars. Thanks much.
Thanks, Jim. It's been great chatting.
Join me next time as we continue our journey to look for life beyond Earth. I'm Jim Green, and this is your Gravity Assist.
After James Webb gets launched, it's going to find all kinds of fantastic things and enhance our understanding of habitability. But what are the real measurements that it needs to make to tell us that these planets may be habitable?
Any information we can get is really going to help us move forward in our understanding of the universe, really.
Hi, I'm Jim Green, Chief Scientist at NASA, and this is Gravity Assist. On this season of Gravity Assist, we're looking for life beyond Earth.
I'm here with Dr. Nicole Colon, and she is a research scientist, an astrophysicist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, where she leads projects on the search for planets outside the solar system, using the TESS spacecraft and also planning for the upcoming James Webb Space Telescope. Welcome, Nicole, to Gravity Assist.
Thanks for having me.
Nicole, why are you so excited about exoplanets in particular?
I love exoplanets. I love thinking about exoplanets and what they could be made of, what their surfaces could be like, what kind of clouds they have, what the plant life they have. I think all of that is fascinating because, we have 8 planets in our solar system, plus a lot of other small bodies. And now we know of thousands of exoplanets. So that's just a vast number. And so far, they all seem really different. So that's why I'm excited constantly to learn more and more and more about them.
Well, I grew up in the 60s, and we didn't really have a good view of the Earth until Apollo 8, when we saw the Earth rise above the moon. And it completely changed my worldview to where I understood this was my home, and it is a planet, and it can be compared against the others. And it really changed my perspective. So you've grown up with that perspective already.
That's right. I still was born before any exoplanets had been discovered. So I remember, vaguely a time before exoplanets, but I definitely grew up, knowing that it wasn't science fiction anymore. There really were exoplanets out there, and, we probably are not alone.
Right. And one of them might look like the beautiful blue marble we call Earth. Well, we've used a variety of telescopes, and you in particular have used ground-based in addition to the space-based telescopes, both optical and near-infrared, to look for planets. Telescopes like the Kilodegree Extremely Little Telescope, Transit Survey Telescope, has really been used by you and your group. Can you tell me more about this ground-based telescope, and what are you looking for?
Sure. The Kelt Transit Survey is this really fun project I became involved in about 7 years ago. And the goal of this survey was to find giant planets around bright stars to understand just how common these types of planets are, because we don't really have planets like these in our own solar system. These are planets that orbit within just a few days. So their year is a few days long, if you want to think about it like that. And with the Kelt survey, it's actually a really cute little telescope, hence the name. We said it's called the Kilodegree Extremely Little Telescope for a reason. It basically uses cameras with a 42 millimeter, which is about 1.6 inch aperture. And it's looking for transits, which is really just measuring the brightness of stars and looking for periodic dips in their brightness. And that dip tells us that there's a planet there around that star, and that we can see that from our point of view all the way on Earth.
So when did you start observing with this telescope, and how many planets have you found?
The Kelt survey in total has found 26 exoplanets. I joined the survey probably about halfway through. So it operated for about 14, 15 years. And
wow.
It's quite a long journey. But actually, it just recently shut down operations. And that was partly because of the success of the TESS satellite, the all-sky transiting exoplanet survey satellite. So Kelt, was really powerful in its heyday. But now TESS kind of took over, but that's okay.
Well, before you got involved in TESS, you were involved in another spectacular exoplanet mission, and that was the Kepler Space Telescope. In fact, Kepler lasted far longer than its what we call its nominal mission. And it made all kinds of, planet observations, thousands of planets now. So what discovery that Kepler made got you really excited? What was the most exciting discovery in your opinion?
Yeah, for me, I think I'd have to say it was the discovery of the first circumbinary planet. So this was called Kepler 16b. And this is a planet that orbits around two stars. And to me, it's one thing to imagine that in science fiction, in Star Wars, right?
That's right.
But to have direct evidence from the Kepler mission of, such a planetary system was so exciting. And now we've discovered a bunch more circumbinary planets. So it's just all the more exciting.
Right. We shouldn't be. Yeah, we should expect the unexpected when it comes to these things. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Kurt, you've also been a member of the Hubble Space Telescope science team. And what were some of your activities with that team, and how did you get involved with HST?
Yeah, so a couple years ago, I ended up I moved from NASA Ames and working on Kepler to NASA Goddard. And again, the opportunity kind of fell in my lap to work on the Hubble team. Partly because I have an exoplanet background, and the current team didn't have anyone with that particular expertise. So I was there to really do a lot of outreach, both in terms of the public and the scientific community. And, first of all, let people know that Hubble is still going strong after, 30 years in space, for one.
Right.
So that was a big part of it. But also just making sure that the scientific community had the resources they needed to collect and analyze data from Hubble, and, with a particular mindset towards exoplanet science in my role.
Now you're involved in the TESS mission. Tell us more about TESS.
Yes, there's so many exciting missions right now. It's TESS is really, it's building on Kepler's legacy. So Kepler discovered thousands of exoplanets, but TESS now, it's been up in space since 2018. So we just had the 2-year anniversary of its launch. And in that time, it's discovered also hundreds to actually over 1,000 candidate planets right now as well, too. But the difference with Kepler is that it's discovering a lot of these planets around bright nearby stars. So stars that we can follow up then with other facilities like Hubble and really characterize these planets in detail and study their atmospheres.
So indeed, Kepler looked at planets around stars that are very far away, and with the bright stars, which is what TESS is looking for, these are typically closer to the Earth. Are there any planets that are emerging from the TESS surveys that are exciting you?
Definitely. I may be a little biased here, but I will say one of the most exciting discoveries was one that a team I am part of made. And it's a 3-planet system around a small star, but one of the planets is smaller than Earth. And it's just incredible, that we're seeing that around these bright nearby stars. And, they're already being studied with the Hubble telescope as well to start to get a glimpse of what their atmosphere may be composed of.
Well, as you say, these kind of space telescopes will see these transits. That means watch the light of a star go down and then go back up because the planet moves in front of that star. But what we really like to do is confirm that. And that means figure out that orbit and then watch it happen again. Kepler observed so many planets, and we were able with Kepler to determine the distribution of planets. Were there any surprises that came out of that?
So my goal in being an exoplanet scientist has been to understand how common planets are from our own solar system. So, how common are Jupiters? How common are Earths, right? But Kepler comes along and says, wait a minute, the most common sized planet is actually like smaller than Neptune in our own solar system. So it's between the size of Earth and Neptune, and we have nothing like that in our solar system. So how is it that the most common sized planet is not found in our solar system? I just, that blows my mind. And that means we have so much more to learn.
Yeah, actually, that was a big surprise for me, too. Approaching it as a planetary scientist, I thought, okay, when nebulas collapse, we're going to get stars, but there are also going to be some big planets. I would have thought there would be a lot of Jupiters, but that isn't the case. These bigger planets that you call, super Earths, or mini Neptunes that are between the size of Earth and Neptune, really are these new planets that are so exciting to study. Well, you mentioned this new type of planet. Is that what I would call your favorite type of planet that you're looking for, a super Earth?
It's one of them. I have a lot of favorites. That is certainly one, just because it is so different from our solar system. But there is kind of another emerging class that I'm pretty interested in. And these are what are called extremely low density planets, or I like to just call them puffy planets, where they're so low density. Imagine having the density of styrofoam, basically. And that's what we're talking about here. And they're Jupiter in size, though, so it's kind of deceiving. You think, oh, they're just giant planets, but then they have really low masses. And I'm curious to know, how did these guys form and, evolve and retain this really fluffy atmosphere? Because that's presumably, what's happening here. So finding that out is interesting.
Indeed, Jupiter, if it was a big a fish bowl, you could put 1,000 Earths in that fish bowl. And yet Jupiter, its mass is only about 300 times the mass of the Earth. So that means its density is much less than Earth's. So there's something about what's in the core, what the composition of that is, whether there's rocky material there or not. And so there's a lot of physics yet in terms of planetary formation that these puffy large planets will tell us about.
Absolutely.
Well, another activity that you're very much involved in is our new fantastic telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope. What's your role in that particular mission?
Yeah, I'm very excited to have this role. It's basically revolves around everything exoplanets. So I engage with the community on all things exoplanets, both in terms of doing public outreach, but also really communicating with scientists about, how Webb can study exoplanets and how it's already being planned to study exoplanets. So we already have programs in the works to study exoplanets. So making sure they're aware of, what's in the plan for its first year of science, for instance. And really, I also work with the rest of the Webb team to make sure that we have all the necessary tools in place to analyze that exoplanet data once we get it, so that we can be sure to extract the scientific results and learn from them. That's the end goal. It's basically going to be able to access these long infrared wavelengths that we cannot currently access with space telescopes. And not only that, but it has improved sensitivity. So we can make really, these measurements of really small signals, for instance, from atmospheres of exoplanets. But beyond, science and those types of observational capabilities, it's really neat to think about the technological aspects of Webb. I mean, Webb has this huge 6.5 meter primary mirror, and it's actually made up of 18 separate segments that will unfold after the telescope launches, and then they'll serve as a single mirror. So, that whole unfolding in space thing is really fascinating and making sure it works, is a whole nother game. And then, not to mention, Webb also has a sun shield that's literally the size of a tennis court. And that's going to help keep Webb cool so that it can make these really sensitive measurements. So, all these different special kind of components come together to make sure we can do some really groundbreaking science.
Yeah, so Webb is the largest space telescope that we've ever put into orbit. And it should be absolutely fantastic in terms of its ability to see different objects. In that infrared range, anything that's in space that's hot will generate a signal it can see. And so, all our planets are still cooling off from when they were made 4.6 billion years ago. So I'm too really excited about what Webb can do, not only looking within our solar system, but looking out at a variety of exoplanets. So what do you think the biggest contribution Webb's going to be making in terms of looking at these exoplanets?
Webb is going to look at really a variety of planets, ranging from ones as small as Earth that orbit stars much smaller than our own sun, to giant planets that orbit giant stars. So I think Webb is, really going to be able to give us new information beyond what Hubble has given us already. So with Webb, we're going to be able to look for concrete evidence of methane, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, these types of chemicals in exoplanet atmospheres. And these are really important to understand, how do these exoplanets form? How do their atmospheres form? How did they evolve? Because all of this, again, helps us with that journey to understand our own solar system planets. So any information we can get is really going to help us move forward in our understanding of the universe, really.
So indeed, if Webb sees these exoplanets and their atmospheres, what will it be looking for in the infrared?
Yeah, so there's actually two ways that Webb looks at exoplanets. And so we already talked about the one where Webb will look at transiting exoplanets. So Webb will see a planet pass in front of, or sometimes it looks when the planet passes behind the star. And in that case, either way, you're measuring the dip in brightness from this system, and then you're extracting that information as a function of wavelength of light. And so in the infrared, you end up looking for basically dips in the light that is telling you, oh, there's methane absorbing in the atmosphere of this planet. And that's something that we can see with Webb, and we can do this for all size exoplanets, from giant ones to small ones. So, that's really exciting, and Webb will be able to do that for a lot of planets. But then on the flip side, Webb also has the ability to take direct images of planets. So it's basically like someone might take a picture, with the camera on their phone. Of course, though, the instruments on Webb are designed differently so that when you're taking a picture of a star with the planet, the instrument is designed so you suppress that starlight because it's super bright compared to the planet. And you just want that faint little glow from the planet. And that's what we're trying to get at here. And from that, similarly, you can say, oh, is there methane, carbon dioxide, whatnot in the atmosphere from that little pale dot? The difficulty, of course, is that the atmospheres of rocky planets are really, really thin. And so Webb, will be able to provide, we'll say, like a first glimpse into the atmospheres of rocky small planets that might be also the right temperature to have liquid water on their surface, and might be, the right conditions to have life on their surface. But I think, Webb is really the first step in a journey here, where we have future telescopes, being designed right now and considered that might be built that could really push the boundaries even further and provide us with that really definitive evidence of, okay, this has an atmosphere conducive to life.
Well, that's really exciting. Do you personally think there's life beyond Earth?
I do. I do think that. I have no idea what type of life there could be, if it's anything whatsoever like what's found on Earth. But at the same time, Earth has so many different types of life that exists in so many different environments that I just don't see how there can't be life outside of Earth, and maybe we'll discover it in my lifetime. One can hope, but
No, we've got to be able to do that. We're hot on the trail,
That's right.
so don't give up. Get going, and let's do that. Well, Nicole, I always like to ask my guests to tell me what was that event or person, place, or thing that happened to them that got them so excited that they became the scientists they are today. I call that event a gravity assist. So, Nicole, what was your gravity assist?
is it okay if I give 2 answers?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, sometimes we all need a little extra.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it was kind of 2 simultaneous events. And really, it boils down to being a young teenager. And I fell in love with science fiction at the same time that my dad started encouraging me to have an interest in astronomy. And his interest came from the fact that he was just interested in everything. So, he saw I started liking science fiction, and, certain movies really, really inspired me. And he encouraged me to pursue astronomy. And, those things really had me excited about the idea of being a scientist. And now, to this day, I still am excited about being a scientist. So I guess, it all worked out.
Well, I can see now, as you say, the science fiction part of it, why you were so excited to find Tatooine, a planet orbiting 2 stars. But I had heard that you were really excited about the book that Carl Sagan wrote, Contact, and then the subsequent movie about finding life beyond Earth.
Yes, 100%. That is, one of the first books and movies that just, really floored me. I mean, I was wondering, what would it really be like if we found life? How would humanity react? How would we communicate with them? Could I actually do something like this myself, when I grow up? And here I am, however many years later.
That's right.
Working on that goal
That's
with
right.
Tess and Webb.
Indeed. Actually, you're right. We need to also start thinking ahead a little bit of what has to happen or what will happen when we announce for sure that there is life beyond Earth, and how we're going to explain it, how we're going to interact with the public, what we think their interactions will be, their reactions, and try to anticipate those.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. That's why I hope I'm around when that happens too, in my lifetime.
Well, just make it happen. I want you to do that. I want you to find it.
I'll work on that.
All right. Well, good. Great. Well, Nicole, thanks so much. I really enjoyed talking to you today about all your vast experience and the progress that we're making in looking for life beyond Earth with exoplanets.
Thank you so much for having me. I really enjoyed talking with you.
Well, join me next time as we continue our journey to look for life beyond Earth. I'm Jim Green, and this is your Gravity Assist.
We now believe there are more planets in our galaxy than there are stars, completely changing our view of where life might exist. Let's talk to an expert. Is there life beyond Earth on an exoplanet?
And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's what we do as scientists, right? And we can do that now.
Hi, I'm Jim Green, Chief Scientist at NASA, and this is Gravity Assist. On this season of Gravity Assist, we're looking for life beyond Earth. I'm here with Dr. Sean Domagal-Goldman. He's a research scientist and astrobiologist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Sean studies rocky exoplanets, and he wants to know about a planet's surface climate, its habitability, and ecosystems. Welcome, Sean.
Thanks for having me, Jim. I'm a fan of the pod.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the first planet around another star was discovered in 1992. Now, that's not too long ago. And we immediately called it an exoplanet and started looking for more of them. What do we know today about exoplanets?
Well, the first for me is that they exist. because when I was born, there were none. We had at that point 9 planets in our solar system and nothing beyond it. They were an idea. They were something we had talked about finding one day. And starting in 92, we started finding them. Now we know of literally thousands of them. And because we know of thousands of them, we also can start looking at them like a census almost, like, how many planets of certain sizes are there? How many of certain orbits are there? And we're starting to learn a lot of surprising things. We're starting to learn a lot about how common Earth-like planets could be, although that Earth-like term is controversial. Basically, when we say that, how common are planets that are the size of Earth and get the same amount of energy from their host star that we get from the sun? So we can do that now. I can go out with my kid, look at the night sky, count stars, and tell her that on average there's a planet for every star.
Wow.
You couldn't do that in 92.
That's right. You couldn't. In fact, I think what was inhibiting the astronomers prior to that was the concept is, well, the planets are so small, we'll never be able to detect them around a star, which as we see it is just a point of light in way far away.
Yeah, so every detection method we have relies on seeing how that point of light from the star changes.
In some way.
In some way. Sometimes it dips because the planet's in front of it. The analogy I give is it's like if you're of my age, E.T. and Elliot flying in front of the moon and blocking a lot, or if you've seen an eclipse, the sunlight getting blocked. That when planets do that from far away, it just makes the star dim a tiny bit, and we can see that. Or if the planet's tugging gravitationally on the star back and forth, we can actually see the motion of the star towards us and then away from us and towards us and away from us. But you're right. No matter what we do today, with a couple exceptions, we're seeing the star's light change. Eventually, we want to see the planets themselves, because then we can start to tease apart what the planets themselves are like.
Yeah, that's
not quite there yet.
Yeah, that's the next big step. Well, as you said, we've found thousands of planets now. They're confirmed. Okay. And we now know there are more exoplanets in our galaxy than there are stars, which is another spectacular concept. Well, what type of planets are they? And does every planet in our solar system have a counterpart?
Every planet in our solar system has a counterpart, but we might be the Portland of solar systems. Like, we're weird in that we don't have a couple things that we see commonly elsewhere. And that's actually thrown us for a couple of loops when we're interpreting the data. The very first exoplanets we found, there are these things called hot Jupiters. So they're like bigger than Jupiter, but they're closer to their parent star than Mercury is to the sun. So they're really hot.
And they could be on elliptical orbits.
And they could be on elliptical orbits. They can be on what's called inclined orbits. So like if you ever see that like old picture of an atom where there's like, circles going in different directions, there's solar systems where the orbits are inclined like that. You could almost imagine a system, and it probably exists out there. The hot Jupiters we found first, we didn't know they were planets when we first saw them because they were so foreign to our expectations. We had these predictions there would be very few planets bigger than Earth, but smaller than Neptune and Uranus, because there's nothing in our solar system of that size. But it turns out that planets of that size, they don't just exist. They're actually the most common size planet we found out there. So for everything we have here, there's an analogy out there, but the opposite is not true. There's far more kinds of planets beyond our solar system than we have in just our one example inside the solar system, the one set we have here.
Yeah, when this was really early on hot field and everyone was looking for exoplanets, I imagined that the planet that we'd find the most would be Jupiter-sized planets.
Yeah.
And that turns out not to be the case.
No, it ends up following what seems to be a sort of general rule of both stars and planets, that the smaller things tend to be more common. Although that may not be true down all the way to the Earth size, but certainly down to the size of things slightly bigger than Earth, those are more common than the really bigger things like Jupiter and Saturn. I should correct myself. There is one kind of thing we have here that we haven't found elsewhere yet, and that's moons.
If we just are able to find a planet the size of the Earth around a star, and some Mercury-sized planets around stars, finding moons has got to be a tough thing to do. Well, what have we learned about our solar system from studying exoplanets?
For me, I think the lesson I've taken is how our solar system has evolved, how the planets formed and changed their orbits over time. We thought, I think when 20 years ago, before we found all these exoplanets, I think we had an image of the solar system. I call it like a peas and carrots. You had the small stuff close in, and you had the big things back far away. and never shall the two mix. But because we found these hot Jupiters, these really big things close in, and we found some small things further away, we know that the evolution of these systems is much more dynamic than we ever imagined before. Knowing that has informed our thinking of how our solar system has evolved over time. People have taken improved models that can recreate those exoplanets and applied them to the solar system. And as a result, we can explain why Mars is the size it is and has the orbit it does much better, because now we think of these ideas of the gas giants moving in at one point in our solar system's history and then moving back out. It's that kind of thing. We had a model, we had some physics, but we knew that the physics that caused that was probably more common from having to use it to recreate the exoplanets. And then taking that back to the solar system, we can tell a better story, a more comprehensive story of the planets back home, which I think is fascinating.
Yeah, it is. So let me flip that in asking, how has our study of the Earth and our solar system informed us about exoplanets?
I think there's a couple ways. One is a very real practical way, in that we have been doing decades of research on Earth, on our climate. We've been doing decades of research on the planets in our solar system. And that gives us techniques to use. It gives us specific models. My research, when I look at exoplanets or try to simulate them, the origins of the chemistry code that I use goes all the way back to us studying the ozone hole in the late 70s. And we're using that today, 30, 40, 50 years later to study these exoplanets. And we've had lots of specific development along the way to make it really good at the exoplanet problem. But it wouldn't be possible if we hadn't been researching Earth and Earth's chemistry and Earth's climate 40, 50 years ago. The other way that it's really useful is it gives us some framework when we look at these things. There's a reason we call large planets close into their stars hot Jupiters. And there's a reason we call things between the size of Earth and Neptune super Earths or sub-Neptunes. It gives us, and scientists, sometimes we don't like those phrases because they can perhaps be too evocative, be too specific to some people.
Adanish Lushulmu.
太空朋友，您好，您食饱未？有闲就来阮遮坐哦。
تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا الزمان.
Shalom.
Բոլոր անոնց, որ գտնվին եզերքի միքամազություններեն անտին, ողջույններ.
Namaskar. Bishe Shanti Hok.
Mai Lakmia.
各位好嗎？祝各位平安、健康、快樂。
Milí přátelé, přejeme vám vše nejlepší.
Hartelijke groeten aan iedereen.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Bonjour tout le monde. Herzliche Grüße an alle.
Oitinis poteste chairete. Eirenikos prosphilus elelithamen philoi.
પૃથ્વી ઉપર વસનાર એક માનવ તરફથી બ્રહ્માંડના અન્ય અવકાશમાં વસનારાઓને હાર્દિક અભિનંદન. આ સંદેશો મળે વળતો સંદેશો મોકલાવશો.
Shalom.
धरती के वासियों की ओर से नमस्कार.
Ashuli.
Üdvözletet küldünk magyar nyelven minden békét szerető lénynek a világegyetemen.
Selamat malam hadirin sekalian. Selamat berpisah dan sampai bertemu lagi di lain waktu.
Tanti auguri e saluti.
Konnichiwa. O genki desu ka?
Namaste. ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು.
Kay pachamatna pitapas maitapas rimapayast runasimip.
안녕하세요.
Salvete quicumque estis. Bonam erga vos voluntatem habemus et pacem per astra ferimus.
Muslayo muchabantu bensieno. Mukama bawe mirembe bulijo.
各位都好吧，我们都很想念你们，有空请到这儿来玩。
नमस्कार. या पृथ्वीतील लोक तुम्हाला त्यांचे शुभविचार पाठवतात आणि त्यांची इच्छा आहे की तुम्ही या जन्मी धन्य हो.
पृथ्वीवासीहरूबाट शान्तिमय भविष्यको शुभकामना.
Tiyanibingelela maqhawe sinifisela inkonzo ende.
Mwibwanji mbantu wonse wakumwamba ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟ ତାରକାର ତୃତୀୟ ଗ୍ରହ ପୃଥିବୀରୁ ବିଶ୍ୱ ବ୍ରହ୍ମାଣ୍ଡର ଅଧିବାସୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ.
درود بر ساکنین ماورای آسمان ها. بنی آدم اعضای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار دگر عضوها را نماند قرار.
Witajcie, istoty z zaświatów.
Paz e felicidade a todos.
Audigiano.
सब लोगों ने मारो राम राम पहुँचे. हमें अठे राजी खुशी हाँ. तुम्हें उठे राजी खुशी रह जाओ.
Salutări la toată lumea! Здравствуйте, приветствую вас!
Želimo vam sve najlepše sa naše planete.
Aiboan. Ria Dumelisa Marena. Hola y saludos a todos. Silema Gemen.
Hälsningar från en dataprogrammerare i den lilla universitetsstaden Isaka på planeten Jorden.
Namaste. తెలుగు మాట్లాడే జనముల నుంచి మా శుభాకాంక్షలు.
สวัสดีค่ะสหายในธรณีโพ้นพวกเราในธรณีนี้ขอส่งมิตรจิตมาถึงท่านทุกคน
Sayın Türkçe bilen arkadaşlarımız sabah şeriflerinize hayırlı olsun.
Пересилаємо привіт із нашого світу. Бажаємо щастя, здоров'я і многое літа.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. हम ज़मीन के रहने वालों की तरफ से आपको खुश आमदीद कहते हैं.
Chân thành gửi tới các bạn lời chào thân hữu.
Yachi dai hui an aur ac an oisoid.
Sanada kaho.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because...
And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good Earth.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
Here we got a roll program.
Houston,
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey, that's one of the better sims, believe me.
We've had a couple of cardiac arrests down here too, Pete.
There wasn't any time for that up here. I think we need to do a little more all-weather testing.
Amen.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a main B plus undervolt.
Roger, main B undervolt. Okay, stand by, 13. We're looking at it.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
3.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Can you read me better now, Colonel?
Yes, hear you loud and clear now.
Fine, same here.
I understand we're on rather a long distance hookup.
Yes, sir, I think so. By the way, I'm sorry to have missed your visit here in November, but...
we had a real fine time out there. Dr. Pickering showed us around the laboratory, and we were interested in particular, of course, in those projects that had some bearing on our manned space flights from now on.
By the way, I understand that you've been assigned to the Project Apollo recently. Could you tell me a little bit about what the nature of this assignment is?
Well, these are just more or less liaison assignments within our own group here for to keep us informed. We're not really managing any of the effort or anything like that. It's just that within our group there's so much going on that we have trouble keeping up with all the different areas of interest. So each of us try and cover a particular area, and I'm going to try and cover the general run of things in Apollo for a while here and keep everyone informed of what's going on that, see what problem areas we have that we need to make inputs on from our group.
In other words, you would be responsible for factoring into the Apollo project the manned requirements.
Yes, that's correct. That will be, there are a number of different places where, crew layouts and different phases of the mission where we think certain provisions should be made for man's capability input at different places, and we can make inputs on all different parts of the project at that level, at our experience level, I guess we'd call
hope that in some of our project efforts we can help you in this new venture.
Well, we were interested in your high altitude facility out there that's just now being finished, the big pressure chamber where you'll have heat and light capability in it at space conditions. That'll make an excellent tool for checking out some of our vehicles for the future, I think.
Yes, it will. Incidentally, that's coming along pretty well now. As you know, in our Mariner project, we actually built 3 spacecraft, and we've had our spacecraft up there, the spare spacecraft in the space simulator, verifying the flight conditions that we experienced on the Mariner 2 flight, and we've been able to get pretty good simulation for solar radiation and that sort of thing.
Well, very good. We were up in the control room while the Mariner flight was still being monitored out there. This was very interesting, hearing the raw data coming back in, hearing it on a direct basis rather than just reading a report off a paper someplace. I don't know whether those broadcasts were ever actually put out to the public in general or not.
Yes, they were. At the time of encounter on the 14th of December, there was a broadcast of the tone. By the way, we did make, as you know, on the Mariner 2, some measurements that, at least at this, over this flight and during this year, indicated that some of the hazards to manned flight were encouragingly small, particularly the radiation hazard and the cosmic dust hazards. Over our 225 million mile flight, why we found that these were quite small during at least this year.
Well, that's the kind of information we like to have.
Well, I hope we can get some more of it for you in the future.
Well, I hope so too. I think everyone's aware we're all sort of working together on this. I know there are people who have tried to pit the manned versus the unmanned program and so on, but we're all just trying to get all the information about space back that we possibly can, and all working closely together on it.
Well, that's definitely the ultimate purpose of our unmanned flights. One of the key purposes, and we'll try to continue to do that. By the way, when is the next manned flight scheduled now? It's in a few months, is it not?
It'll be in probably sometime in April, the way it looks now, scheduled for early April. That may skid a little bit one of these days, I don't know, but right now it's scheduled for April anyway. We have various problems, of course, come up as time goes on that sometimes skid these schedules a little bit. I think everyone's aware of that. But right now it looks like it'll be probably sometime in April.
Fine.
Gordo Cooper is the next one up on that. We spent a little time with him at the Cape about a week ago and going through some of the systems briefings, and there's still a lot of work yet to be done getting ready for the next flight, but Gordo's in good shape and looking forward to it.
Well, our best wishes will be with him, of course, as they were with you, Colonel Glenn.
Right, this one will be a little bit longer, of course, than our earlier ones. He's hoping to get off about 18 or 22 orbits on this, get up around well over a day in orbit, so he'll be able to sleep and more or less set up a regular routine in orbit with this increased length of time, and we're looking forward to these longer flights.
Right, well, I'm sure it'll be a success. Incidentally, I've noticed the high quality of our conversation, our voice conversation here. This relay satellite is doing a very good job, is it not?
Well, I was thinking the same thing here. This just sounds like normal telephone conversation. I think this demonstrates another point, really, and that is that some of the benefits that are accruing from some of this space work are just now beginning to become apparent, and some of these first communications attempts like this are sort of laying the ground floor for some of the later efforts or some of the benefits that we'll get from this. We look forward to the time when we'll have satellites, of course, that will make instant communication and television possible all over the whole world. This should bring a greater understanding among all people when we reach that point.
I think it's interesting that one of our application projects, the relay, has at least given me an opportunity, representing the unmanned exploration, to talk to you of the manned exploration, Colonel.
Well, we're all working together, as I mentioned before, on this. Our goal, of course, is space exploration, to find out what is in space. And we know from the past that while we can't pinpoint every benefit to be gained. We know that exploration and research always have a way of paying off far more in the future than anything we foresee at the outset, and I think this morning this is one demonstration of it. At the time we had our first satellites, I don't think any of us ever thought that we'd be talking to each other via satellite just in this short time later, but there are tremendous strides being made in all these different fields.
Yes, it seems to be, like most scientific exploration, rising in an exponential fashion.
That's right. I know a lot of people question some phases of various parts of the program, but they're pretty closely monitored. Most of them are fitting in pretty well together.
All right. By the way, we're looking forward to a little bit of an anniversary here next Thursday. This coming Thursday, as a matter of fact, it's the anniversary of our Explorer 1, which was the United States' first satellite. So,
right,
sort of a occasion for us here too. So that's it. Thank you very much.
This is Robertson Stevens of the California Institute of Technology Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Project ECHO was directed by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and was that agency's first major experiment in an extensive program of developing satellite communication technology for peaceful purposes. The principal aim of the experiment was to establish the feasibility of transcontinental voice communications using a 100-foot diameter balloon satellite as a passive relay. To conduct the primary experiment, JPL prepared and operated its West Coast Goldstone tracking station, and BTL prepared and operated an East Coast satellite communications station at Homedale, New Jersey. The NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, utilizing their Minitrack network, provided data on the precise position of the satellite. The Goldstone tracking station near Barstow, California, is one of 4 stations comprising the NASA JPL Deep Space Instrumentation Facility, a network designed primarily for use in lunar and planetary programs. It was first operated in December 1958 to track and receive telemetry from the Pioneer 3 vehicle. Preparation of the Goldstone station for Project ECHO began in February 1959 and was completed 1 year later. To perform the communication experiment for Project ECHO, both the East and West Coast stations required a large transmitting antenna with a high-power transmitter and a large receiving antenna with a very sensitive receiver. Also, sophisticated techniques were needed for accurately pointing the very narrow beams of the antennas at the rapidly moving satellite. The operations plan for Project ECHO included a pre-flight system testing program which involved equipment and personnel of all the stations in combined operational exercises. The moon was used as a reflector for tests of the communication system. The combination of the moon's radar cross-section and its distance from Earth provided a received signal strength approximately equal to that obtained with the ECHO satellite. Results of the moon bounce tests are illustrated by the following messages recorded during the experiments.
The information is being transmitted from Goldstone, where it is originating in our sound trailer, is going to Homedale, New Jersey via the moon, is being received at Homedale on their horn receiver, and is being transmitted back to us via the 4-wire landline that was demonstrated originally in Mode 1. The purpose of the demonstration is to permit Goldstone listeners to hear what is being received at Homedale.
to hear what is being received at Homedale.
This is Bill Jakes at the Bell Telephone Laboratories at Homedale, New Jersey, transmitting to the Jet Propulsion Laboratories at Goldstone, California, by means of radio reflections from the moon.
The fading and distortion in the transmission is caused by the relative motion of the moon and the Earth. As a result of that motion, radio waves reflected from different parts of the moon's surface alternately reinforce and cancel. This phenomenon is not observed with the echo balloon because of its smooth surface.
This is Walter K. Victor, project engineer for ECHO at the California Institute of Technology Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The following message by President Eisenhower was transmitted via the ECHO balloon during the first pass of the satellite over the United States.
This is President Eisenhower speaking. It is a great personal satisfaction to participate in this first experiment in communications involving the use of the satellite balloon known as ECHO. This is one more significant step in the United States program of space research and exploration. The program is being carried forward vigorously by the United States for peaceful purposes for the benefit of all mankind. The satellite balloon, which has reflected these words, may be used freely by any nation for similar experiments in its own interest. The United States will continue to make freely available to the world the scientific information acquired from this and other experiments in its program of space exploration.
The next recording is a message by Senator Johnson recorded during Orbit 22.
The American people and freedom-loving people all over the world should be proud of this great space experiment. There can be no question but the day will come, and in the not-too-distant future, when one man, one program, can be seen and heard simultaneously in every living room of the world. Let us all continue to work to see that these new means of communication replace suspicion with understanding, hostility and isolation with cooperation, and ignorance with free exchange of knowledge. The Congress sends its congratulations to all those who have made this possible.
The third recording is a telephone conversation between the JPL and BTL project engineers during Orbit 34.
Hello, Victor. Are you reading me out there?
Yeah, I read you fine, Bill.
Good deal. Okay. Well, how do you like FM with feedback now, Walt?
Hey, it sounds pretty good.
Sounds pretty good, huh?
Am I on the landline, or am I coming to you by radio?
You are coming to me by radio, and I'm going to you the same way.
Hey, that sounds pretty good.
I think it does, too. Now, just stand by while I'm going to the other phone.
The last recording is a telephone conversation between Dr. DuBridge of the California Institute of Technology and Mr. Capel of the American Telephone and Telegraph Corporation during Orbit 70. Dr. DuBridge also talked with Dr. Fisk of the Bell Telephone Laboratories.
Hello, Dr. DuBridge.
Hello, Mr. Capel. Well, how are you?
Well, I'm fine.
I want to congratulate you on this achievement, Mr. Capel.
I think we ought to congratulate both our organizations for working together like they're doing.
Well, they've had a wonderful time collaborating on this, and they're very thrilled to have the thing happen. Can you see the satellite visually now?
No, not this time. Not now. I'm inside.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I'm standing out on our terrace within a few feet of the Pacific Ocean. You may be able to hear the surf. Is Jim Fisk on the line?
I think he is intending to. They were going to turn me off here and put him on.
All right.
But I haven't heard from them.
All right, let me talk to Jim. Hello?
Hello, Lee.
Hello, Jim.
This is Jim Sims.
Can you hear me all right, Jim?
I can.
Oh, good. And you're calling from New Bern?
Yes, that's right.
Well, we're at Capistrano Beach, right on the Pacific Ocean.
Good.
And we have a lot of neighbors out here that are watching the satellite and listening in.
Well, that's fine. I think this is an important time in the history of science and technology, Lee.
Well, I'm glad you think that, Jim. Do you have important prospects for this kind of telephone communication in the labs?
Yes, I think we do. We think it's very important. I'd like to say particularly that beyond the importance of the experiment, which is a brilliant experiment, carefully planned and carefully carried out, I simply want to say that I think the collaboration between our two laboratories, JPL and BTL, at Goldstone and Holmdel, has been superb.
While programs such as ECHO certainly will not mean the end of telephone and television transmissions as we know them today, it is clear that communication satellites have an important role in the future. Experiments in this direction might one day lead to worldwide television, for example, so that viewers in the United States might be able to see in real time a performance of the Bolshoi Ballet in Moscow. Or viewers in Moscow perhaps might view an American college football game or the Baseball World Series. For whatever it may portend, ECHO is the voice of tomorrow.
You're listening to NASA in Silicon Valley, a new podcast series from NASA's Ames Research Center located in the heart of Silicon Valley. Throughout this series, we will meet with various researchers, scientists, engineers, and just all-around cool people who work at NASA to push the boundaries of innovation. Now, when you think of Silicon Valley, the first thing that comes to your mind is like startups and garages that begin with a nugget of an idea and grow into huge tech companies that innovate and disrupt the status quo. Long before the word Silicon Valley even entered into popular culture, Ames Research Center has led NASA and the academic community in world-class research and development. Now, Silicon Valley is more than just tech companies or even the location. It's a culture, it's a mindset, it's questioning how things are done. Now, throughout this podcast series, we're going to cover a whole range of topics, like trying to find other planets and other solar systems, looking at robotics and earth science, and even the science that's up on the International Space Station that is driving our journey to Mars. As a general format, we'll typically launch each episode with a quick rundown of the latest news coming out of Ames and other NASA centers. We'll also give you a quick intro about the upcoming episode. To start out, we'll dig into some stories on nasa.gov that you might have missed, but we'll also jump into various conversations with experts to give us more insight, not only into what they're working on, but how they got where they are. Here's a quick taste of what we're working on. You feel that zero gravity. What's going through your head?
Well, I tell people being in space is like a magic show because everything's floating around. You're going 17,500 miles an hour. You're seeing the sunrise 16 times per day and set 16 times per day.
My research right now, I've been doing a lot of work in the Atacama Desert in Chile, and it is such an extraordinary place. It is the driest place in the world, the site that I work at. And
it's not just hyperbole.
No, it is the driest place in the world. It gets about 2 millimeters of rain per decade.
AJAX is the Alpha Jet Atmospheric Experiment. It's a neat project we have here at Ames that takes advantage of some of our partners here at the NASA Research Park. And it gives us an opportunity to put atmospheric sensors on an aircraft and get measurements of sort of this California and Nevada area, maybe 2 to 3 to 4 times a month, depending on when the plane is available and when the pilots have hours that they can fly.
In the future, we hope to add some interactive features to the podcast, but in the meantime, you can always tweet us at NASA Ames and use the hashtag NASA Silicon Valley. So go ahead and subscribe to the podcast on your favorite podcast app, and we'll have a new episode up every Wednesday. So feel free to join us as we reach new heights and reveal the unknown for the benefit of humankind. You're listening to NASA in Silicon Valley, a conversational podcast series from NASA's Ames Research Center to chat with the various scientists, researchers, engineers, and all-around cool people at NASA. If you check out nasa.gov/Ames, we have a handful of cool stories for you. First, NASA's Kepler just confirmed over 100 exoplanets during its K2 mission. We have another story up about using 3D simulations and a NASA supercomputer to better understand the origins of stars. And finally, we have a new story in collaboration with Goddard Space Flight Center and the Earth Science team on NASA's Atmospheric Tomography, or ATOM mission. This is a flying laboratory that is the first to survey the atmosphere over the oceans. Well, today's guest is NASA research scientist Mary Beth Wilhelm. Mary Beth works on NASA's Journey to Mars in the Planetary Science branch at Ames. We talk about why that journey is worth the risks and also how we can answer some of humanity's fundamental questions about life beyond Earth. And of course, we talk about how she got into NASA and her interesting trips to various deserts throughout the world to help study Mars. So here we go. But yeah, it's cool. So we've needed to touch base for a while.
I know. It's crazy. So I submitted my big paper to a journal.
Really?
Yep.
Cool. Well, we need to like go back on like Mars Fest, let alone water on Mars. So it's been into NASA.
Yeah, so I was lucky to have a NASA center just down the street, and I've loved space and exploration since I could breathe. And ever since I was a kid, I was really into Mars and into geology. My first grade science experiment was actually about planetary science, and that's what I'm doing my PhD in right now. So it's always sort of been on this trajectory. And when I turned 16, I had a friend of a friend of a friend who worked at NASA, and he got me a summer job. And
it's like an internship, or
I was actually working as an admin, like copy machine, fax machine, entering things in Excel sheets. But I met some of the other folks that worked here, and they had a lot of projects that needed an extra hand on, and so I got hired on while in high school to work part time at NASA, and the rest is sort of history.
Oh, I think of like all the part time jobs to have as a kid, as a high schooler.
It was pretty incredible.
Like,
yeah,
I worked at an ice cream shop. You worked at NASA.
Yeah. But it was amazing. I always felt really at home here, and I've always credited those women who hired me on so young for giving me kind of a leg up on the competition, and sort of setting my career on this trajectory. So yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I remember the first time that I saw you, it was during the whole Mars, the water on Mars, the big announcement that came in last year. So, and you're actually a co-author on that, right?
Yeah, I'm the second author on that paper.
So, if I understand it correctly, then it's really coming down to like a really salty water that probably previously didn't think could exist on Mars. But because, considering how cold it is, but since it's a brine, then you kind of go into a little bit of what was...
Yeah, so NASA's always had this fixation looking for water on Mars, and in the past it's more been focused on looking for signs of ancient water, and there's all this evidence for maybe ancient shorelines and valley networks and all these sorts of things that point to a lot of water that used to exist on the surface. But for Mars's recent history, it's been pretty dry. It's been a dry, dusty desert, and just a couple of years ago, the first author on the paper, he made this observation of these features, these geologic features of